Morning. Tuesday, June 17, 2025, regular Board of County Commissioners meeting will now be called to order on this fine day. And we'll begin with a moment of silent reflection for the first responders and members of the armed forces. We will then move on to Pastor Jonathan Williams from the Calvary Chapel Church of Vero Beach, who will give us an invocation, and then we will have none other than Commissioner Joe Aaron to lead us in the pledge. Please rise.
On behalf of Calvary Chapel and our pastor, Jim Gallagher, we just want to say thank you for your part in the community. So let's pray. Heavenly Father, we gather today, and I'm reminded of the verse in James, which says, if anyone lacks wisdom, let him ask of God, who gives to all liberally and without reproach, and it will be given to him. And Father, we pray that this day you would grant wisdom to our board here as they set laws and policies concerning this great county, Indian River County. And we pray that you'd bless them in their decision-making process this day as they oversee. And Lord, as we continue to celebrate 100 years of Indian River County, we pray, Lord, for your blessing upon our county, the city of Vero Beach, and our residents. And we pray, Lord, that the next 100 years would be blessed and that this county would prosper under the leadership of our leaders here. So we ask your blessing upon the decisions specifically for this day, that you'd give them wisdom. And it's in the name of Jesus that we pray. Amen. Thank you.
Join me in pledging allegiance to the greatest nation in the world, the United States of America.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all.
Now, move on to any additions, deletions to the agenda or emergency items. I did want to take this time to notice that on the agenda reflects executive sessions. Those executive sessions, number 12, item 12B and 12C, regarding the firefighters, IAFF, and chiefs discussion, will be in the shade, and it will be at the end of the meeting. Just post all endeavors so that we will adjourn from here and then go to our executive session and then return back to the chambers to end the meeting. So just wanted to advise that. Is there anything else?
Mr. Chair, were you going to, the flag flown over the Capitol?
That will be included in the future conversation with the proclamation. Thank you, sir.
Move to approve as noted.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The very first item on proclamations will be a presentation proclamation honoring Michael R. Church on his retirement from the Indian River County Board of County Commission, Department of Utility Services and Water Production. And Commissioner Susan Adams has the honor.
All right. Is Mr. Church, you want to come on up? All right. It's my pleasure, it's right there, to read this proclamation honoring Michael R. Church on his retirement from the Indian River County Board of County Commissioners, Department of Utility Services, Water Production. Whereas Michael R. Church will retire from the Indian River County Department of Utility Services, Water Production, effective June 26, 2025. And whereas Michael R. Church began his career with Indian River County in April 2015 as an electrician in utility services wastewater treatment. In October 2024, he transferred to water production as an electrician, where he continued in that capacity until his retirement. And whereas Michael R. Church has served this county and the public with distinction and selflessness. During his 10 years of service, he was dedicated, and his work was greatly appreciated by the employer, citizens, and coworkers alike. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Indian River County, Florida, that the board applauds Michael R. Church's efforts on behalf of the county, and the board wishes to express their appreciation for the dedicated service he has given to Indian River County for the last 10 years. And be it further proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners and staff extend heartfelt wishes for success in his future endeavors. Adopted the 17th day of June, 2025, and signed by all 5 county commissioners. Mr. Church, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I hope that you have many fun adventures planned for your retirement, and we hope you very much enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Church, I have to say that many of us don't see you on our day-to-day endeavors.
That's probably a good thing.
Most of the citizens don't have the opportunity to see you. This might be the only opportunity that they had to have met you. But I want you to know, every time they turn on the tap, I think they should be thinking of you. Thank you for your service, and thank you for making it right for Indian River County.
Thank you, sir.
I did just want to say something real quick. Sean Leesky, Director of Utility Services. Thanks, Mike, for your 10 years of service. Mike often likes to joke around that he's the CEO of the utility, the Chief Electrical Officer. So, he really has done a lot for the utility, and keeping our water plants functioning and operating is a full-time job. And, our electricians are a key part of that. And Mike's been a key part of that for 10 years, keeping our systems running and keeping water going to our citizens. So thanks, Mike, for all you do for the utility and have done for the utility over the past 10 years.
Sean.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Rich Meckes, Assistant Director, Utilities Department. I want to say thank you, Mike.
Thank you, sir.
All these guys standing behind you, you've lifted us up, and you're the one doing the work.
No,
So I appreciate it.
thank you. Thank you, Bree.
Awesome. Well, come on up and get your proclamation, and let's take a picture.
Congratulations, sir.
Are you happy to have him retiring, or no?
She's got a list in her left hand.
Yeah, all the things that you need to do now that you have the time. Awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you. Well, that was a great start, and we have another great start coming our way. As some of you may heard, we're celebrating our 100th anniversary. Nobody in the room was there when it all started. And I'm just grateful that you're here today to be part of the legacy of that 100 years. I didn't misspeak. There's nobody here that was here at the beginning, were they? Okay. Well, with that, I'd like to present the proclamation to all of you, to all of the residents, the citizens, the makers, the movers of Indian River County, those who made it all possible, even to those we've never met, but we've heard about. I want to present this proclamation honoring a lifetime of dedication and service in the solid waste industry. How did that happen? Well, I have the other proclamation. So that was placed in. I will find the other one. Thank you. Thank you. We will now move to the most appropriate proclamation, and I apologize. Things happen. I'm sure they happen throughout the course of this 100 years. So we're just showing that we are human. We'll now present this proclamation celebrating the centennial of Indian River County. Whereas on June 29, 1925, Indian River County was officially established as Florida's 65th county, carved from the northern portion of St. Lucie County to provide residents with greater local autonomy, improved allocation of public services, and freedom from the burdensome regulations. And whereas the county takes its name from the Indian River Lagoon, a vital, biodiverse ecosystem that supports more than 4,000 species of plants and animals, and long served as both a cultural and economic lifeline to the region. Whereas Indian River County has cultivated a proud agricultural legacy with its world-renowned Indian River citrus, particularly oranges and grapefruit, and gaining international acclaim for exceptional flavor and quality owing the region's unique soil, subtropical climate, and generations of dedicated farmers. And whereas aviation has played a central role in the county's history and development, most notably through the Vero Beach Airport, which began service in the 1930s and served as a naval air station during World War II, training naval aviators and contributing to the defense of our great nation. Whereas the legacy of the sports and civil rights also runs deep into Indian River County, where the Brooklyn Dodgers established their spring training facility in historic Dodgertown and Vero Beach in 1948, ushering in the era of integrated baseball in the South and serving as a spring training home of Jackie Robinson, whose courage and talent helped break the color barrier in Major Baseball and inspired change throughout generations. Whereas Indian River County is home of some of Florida's most pristine and cherished natural resources, including its white sand beaches, vibrant coastal communities, and the Pelican Island National Wildlife Refuge, the first national wildlife refuge in the United States, symbolizing a century-long commitment to conservation and environmental stewardship. Whereas, over the past 100 years, Indian River County has grown into a vibrant, resilient community, blending the charm of its rural agricultural heritage and innovation in business, in the arts, education, and public service, and maintaining its deep connection to land, water, and people. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Indian River County, Florida, that on June 29th, it shall be recognized as Indian River County Centennial Day, and we extend our deepest appreciation to all who have shaped it in the past and continue to build its future. Let this proclamation stand as a tribute to the enduring spirit, the natural beauty, and the proud legacy of Indian River County as it embarks in its second century. Duly adopted this 17th day of June 2025, and it's signed by all 5 county commissioners. This is quite the achievement. Again, I have Michelle Wagner here that has engineered our celebration, and I'd like her to say a few words regarding that, and then I would also conclude it with the special presentation that we received, all of the people of Indian River County.
Thank you, Commissioner. It's been an honor to be part of this celebration. I tease everybody that I was voluntold that I was going to be the chairperson of it, but I have truly enjoyed every aspect of this celebration, including all of the different areas of Indian River County, learning and enjoying the friendship and the communionship that I didn't know existed in some parts. And so it has been truly a wonderful celebration. I'm looking forward to the next 2 weeks, where we're going to have our parade, our downtown Main Street. We're going to have a history fair, and then, of course, our wonderful time capsule, which will be our finale. And I am so thankful that all of you have wanted to be part of it as well, and the immense support that I have received from John. This has been truly a great experience with him.
Could we talk a little bit about what's to take place on the day of the time capsule?
Absolutely. So our plan for the time capsule is most people will arrive around 9:30, kind of mingle a little bit. At 10 o'clock, we will have a invocation, national Pledge of Allegiance. We'll have someone sing the national anthem. We have someone who is going to also speak a few words about what is going into the time capsule. And we're going to have it as a celebration. There'll be tents and some food and water and experiences like that. And then we're gonna meet out at the flagpole. So if anybody is not familiar with County Admin A building, we're standing in it. And the flagpole that's in the roundabout is where the time capsule is going to be buried. And we've decided to open it in 50 years because we want the children of today that experience it to be here in 50 years when it gets reopened and say, I remember this, I remember putting that in there. So we've collected a lot of things from the community just to fill it up. We have a huge time capsule, so we want to make sure that we provide lots of things for tomorrow.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. We hope everybody can attend. This is...
I'm hoping 200 or 300 people. I mean, we have a huge county, so everybody just come out.
We have 170,000 citizens.
They can come,
Sure,
yeah.
we can pack the house.
Absolutely, we've got all this parking.
We'll pack the field. It's quite the celebration. It's an accomplishment. And we'd like to see everybody there because when the time capsule is open, again, we weren't here in the beginning, and I don't anticipate many of us being there. I'm sorry to break the news.
I don't plan
but
on being there in 50 years.
unless we have an early opening, we'll have to witness what's going in the time capsule, and then it's left up to the future.
Yes.
Thank you. And Michelle, I did want to speak with my colleagues a moment there. We were in touch with some people in elective office, and we were presented with a beautiful gift, and I'll just read that. This is regarding this flag of the United States. The certificate certifies that the accompanying flag was flown over the United States Capitol on May 30th, 2025, at the request of the Honorable Rick Scott, United States Senator. This flag was flown in Indian River County in honor of the centennial celebration and 100 years of Indian River County. We were presented with this flag. The intention was it was flown in honor of our county, and I believe it's most appropriate to have it flown on that day. And I'd just like the consensus of my colleagues that the flag then should be, as along with this proclamation, be duly fitted and on public display here in the Indian River County Chambers or in the most appropriate place.
Sounds wonderful.
Yeah, I think that would be very appropriate.
And we thank Senator Scott for thinking of us and making this possible.
Absolutely. Yes.
Is
May we
there
see the
anything else you
flag?
want to add to the?
I just want to see the baggie. Hold up the baggie with the flag in it. Do you have, or the flag, do you have the?
No, I have it.
It's in a box, okay.
It's boxed.
Okay,
It's the honorable way that a flag is distributed.
Transported.
It is not folded in military fashion.
Okay.
But my intention is that it will be flown on that day, and then we would place it in a suitable frame with the proclamation and have it for our citizens to be able to appreciate and reflect on this great day and the future.
Perfect, perfect. Thank
have a
you.
question.
Thank you for sharing that.
I have a question, Michelle. When
Yeah.
is everybody's going to put everything in the time capsule at the celebration?
No, so the original plan was everything was supposed to be given to me by June 16th, which was yesterday. I have until next Monday because once you give it to me, I need to preserve it before I put it in the time capsule. So by next Monday, which is I think the 23rd, that's the deadline. I really need everything by then, so that way I can get it encapsulated during that week.
And then when are we going to install the time capsule?
June 30th.
On June 30th,
Okay.
at the flagpole.
Yes, and the time capsule is huge, so I do have a lot of room to put more things in it.
So
If
it's
somebody
gonna
has
take
a
more than a
flag
shovel to
that they want to put in there for the county, I have that. I have ordered a flag that has the county and the Centennial logo on it. But when the time capsule came, the measurements on the website were not as big as I thought. And so now I can put actually, probably if you want to have a visual, I could probably put about 5 keyboards in the time capsule and still have space left. So the things that I've had donated are only taking up about a quarter of the space for it. So we have lots of room. And so I've put it out there for the community if they want to donate certain things. No electronics, no alcohol, no liquids. We want to have things, paper, photos, things of that nature.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Mrs. Zito.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want y'all to join me in acknowledging Michelle's work over the past year. It's been quite a lift for her. And I want to thank Cindy Emerson and Ashley Brown for supporting her, Marie Ramkissoon upstairs in the administration office. Yes, she was kind of voluntold, but we knew that it would be done with pride and passion, and she was the right person for the job. And
Thank you.
of course, I always say if you want something done right, give it to a librarian. And so thank you,
Guilty.
Michelle.
Thank you.
Chair, I just want to also thank Michelle. She's brought a lot of energy and passion to this to ensure that the celebration, this centennial celebration, has been very befitting of the community. And her hard work and the number of hours that she's put in and the dedication is just admirable. We certainly appreciate all that you've done to guide us through this celebration.
Thank you.
Anything else? Well, once again, we'll be having that proclamation presented again at the flagpole,
Can we take a picture of it now?
and most certainly, of the flag?
No, of you guys with the
Oh,
proclamation.
certainly, certainly.
Ashley?
For a proclamation.
Wow.
No, I want a picture.
What is that? This picture?
You gonna hold up the flag too?
No, no. It's inappropriate to display the flag the way it is boxed.
Got it. Yes, the parent.
Oh, would you want to hold the proclamation?
All right, thank you.
Thank you once again. Yes,
Be the right one.
yes. And happy anniversary once again. Well. All right. Well, we will now move on to meeting of April 22nd, 2025. You've all reviewed them. And that's a motion by Vice Chairman Law, seconded by myself. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And then we'll move on to the regular meeting minutes of May the 6th, 2025. Okay, we have a motion by Vice Chairman Law, seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We'll now move on to the informational items. And, well, we have a SWID statement enclosure. Sue, would you like to talk a little bit about it so the folks are well informed as we're coming on to the 4th of July celebration week? And without further ado,
Good morning,
let's talk
Commissioners.
about some waste enclosures.
That's right. I'm going to let Jill speak to this. Hi,
Okay.
Jill Brown, recycling specialist. Yes, the typical way we do a holiday is they skip one day, and that's 4th of July happens to be on a Friday, so there'll be no service on Friday. And those that have service on Friday will be picked up on Saturday. And that's pretty much an easy one.
So-
And the landfill and the convenience centers will also be closed on Friday.
All convenience centers will be closed on Friday.
Yes.
And the landfill, and then the landfill will resume.
On Saturday.
On Saturday. And as far as your regular pickups, there is a little variance on it.
Yep.
And folks can go to the website and see where, because some municipalities just eliminate that next day because they have two
They have two
pickups.
pickups, yes.
So they do it to the next pickup.
Right. Correct. Yes, but everybody in unincorporated Indian River County has just the one pickup, so they'll not be picked up on Friday, but be picked up on Saturday.
So we will have pickup, it'll just be a one-day
One day
delay
late. Yep,
in unincorporated Indian River County.
yep.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. At this time, if there's anybody in the audience that wishes to speak or have public comment on any agenda-related items except for the public hearings, it's now your opportunity. I guess everybody plans to stay until the end. That's great. Well, thank you. You wish to speak now? You can't speak from there. If you do want to speak, you need to come to the podium, ma'am.
I just didn't understand what you, is this the time we speak about the increase on the waste management?
Well, we're going to do that at the end, towards the end of the meeting. Yes.
We speak about it then?
You can have input at any time. This is your opportunity, or we have another opportunity when we're actually doing the item. I just offered that opportunity in case someone can't stay. Thank you. We'll now move on to the consent agenda.
Can I just say something about the waste management?
You most certainly can take the opportunity. That's
Come
what-
up to the podium and
that's
state
what
your
this
name
is
and
here for.
address. No worries.
That's all right.
Welcome.
Barbara Parenti. I live in Harmony Reserve, HOA, off of 33rd Street. Everybody there has a problem with Waste Management delivering all of these huge trash and garbage cans. They've dropped them off, and we have no, I live in a small house, a villa, small garage, and we have no place to put them. So I called up Waste Management, and they can't pick them back up. They said we have to keep them until after October. So I'm wondering, what do I do with 3 95-gallon trash cans? If we have a hurricane, in other words, I can't store them anywhere. And there's a lot of people in the small houses that have no room, so they're all like lined in the street. So
Well, we appreciate your input, and I think when we get to that item, we'll be discussing that, but I understand that you can't say
Right, but
stay, so
it's-
we appreciate hearing that from you
Right.
now, and we'll take that into consideration
Okay.
when we get to that item.
Well, it's just that a lot of the people have the small houses. We have a one-car garage that fits a small car,
Right.
so I barely have the small cans in there. So I cannot even, there's no way I can put in a large can. And then they're gonna give us they gave us the recycling. They're going to give us next month the waste management, or yard waste, which we don't need because we're in an HOA. We don't need those cans. And then there's the trash. So that's 3. And so that's the problem.
Well, we will be discussing that later,
Okay,
and
all
there's
right.
an opportunity to reduce
What we can,
the number of cans that you have based
Well-
on your relationship with the HOA.
yeah, they said we could trade them to a smaller one, but we have to wait till January, which
No,
there's.
it won't be January, it's going to be far sooner,
Okay, hopefully.
okay?
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for expressing your concern on this. Anyone else?
Hello, my name is Joy, and Joy Royce, and I am with the HOA, another HOA with very similar concerns, very small garages, way too many containers coming. We can't get them in because the garage is so small, the car won't fit in. And of course, like every HOA, we say, we don't want to see your garbage cans. So we're trying to be lenient, but we're hoping it's just for a short period of time. Like you said, you're going to try to bump that time up. I know I've talked with Sue and Jill. Have a letter from Mr. H. I don't know how to pronounce his name, and I know what's going to be presented later, but I wanted you to know that I'm sure that the two of us, she's from a different, community, but I think we all have the same issues. And I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your comments will be part of the discussion that we have in relation to the concern of the containers. Thank you. No one else? Well, let's move on to the consent agenda. I'd like to pull item 9L Lima for discussion. Is there any interest on any other consent agenda items?
Yes, 9E Echo.
9E Echo.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we have, with that, we have a motion.
Motion to amend.
Second.
Was that a motion to approve as amended?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you. By Commissioner Ehrman, seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. With that, Commissioner Morse, you pulled item 9E.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. 9E is acceptance of amended sponsorship from Cleveland Clinic for Centennial Celebration, and the amendment was from $10,000 to $5,000. I had voted against the original sponsorship, and I'm not in favor of this, just encouraging them to spend every penny they have on patient care. I know that hospitals are strapped these days. Thank you.
All right,
I'll be happy to make a motion to approve.
and I'll be happy to second it. There's a third already? Okay, I think that's well covered. We have a motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by myself. And any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Opposed, nay.
Motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Morse dissenting. Item 9L Lima is the engineering and design of the 32nd Avenue, 43rd Place, and 44th Street in Gifford neighborhood regarding the Gifford neighborhood plan and the movement on the project. I just wanted to pull this in full disclosure, to ensure that the public is fully informed as the endeavors that are taking place. This is a long overdue project that has taken several turns, and I believe, Adi, if you'd like to talk about why we're here and where we're going.
Absolutely. Good morning, Honorable Commissioners. Adi Javed, Public Works Director, here to talk about 32nd Avenue and the design and engineering effort that we're going to be undertaking based on the guidance and the consensus we got from the Commission back in March and April. So what we're looking to do is we're looking to move forward with the engineering and design. We're going to look at some paving options for 32nd Street and 43rd Place. And in addition to that, we're also going to look at right-of-way impacts, whether that includes, taking any additional right-of-way or looking at some easements from the abutting property owners. And in addition to that, we're also going to be looking at permitting and drainage issues. Obviously, just like I mentioned at the last presentation, that, we may not be able to completely eliminate all the flooding and the drainage issues, but we will be working closely with the engineers and with the water management districts to look at all the options. And I'll be happy to answer any other questions, but that's the plan. And the proposed schedule, at least for the engineering and design, is anywhere from 4 to 6 months, but we're going to try to see if we can expedite that.
So you're going to push it to 3 months?
We're going to try our best to see what we can do to expedite it, sir.
And then the work will begin?
Absolutely. That's the intent is once we have the engineering plans, we will be taking it out for bid, either bid or, work with the contractor and get it constructed if everything pans out. But that's the plan. But even before that, our plan is also to bring it back to the commission with the final recommendation before we move forward. So you can also look at it and, I guess in full disclosure, also be able to share it with the community.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Questions? Yes.
May I make a comment? We don't own any of the land, so I appreciate Mr. Javad's desire to expedite and put it out to bid, but I do think we need to, the private property owners have a lot of rights, and we can't just go do a project without going through some sort of acquisition process. So I just want to make sure that that's clear in the timeline.
And I don't believe that's the intention. This was part of the Gifford Neighborhood Plan that was committed and then pushed off because of that factor. Again, the 32nd Avenue, we had the opportunity to place some device in there for utility, for drainage, and at that point, it produced a challenge for navigation on the roadway as the earth about it, the unpaved earth, erodes, and then the device becomes it becomes a traffic impediment and could create damage to vehicles. I believe at that point, we made the commitment, and we also, more or less, even though it's a private street, it became a local street because we put in something that we created, and I think we're obligated to do something with it. I understand that people have property rights, and by no means is the intention to dissuade from that commitment of property rights. And as far as, if I understand it, as far as taking just property just at will, that's not anybody's intention here. I don't believe that was the intention during the Gifford Neighborhood Plan or
I was just going
discussion.
to ask for clarification based on Jennifer's. My understanding is this is going to go out for basically engineering and design. They're going to look at those property issues as far as right-of-way needed, depending on what the design, and depending on what St. John says about stormwater and drainage, I'm assuming. And then you will bring that back to us, because I'm sure there'll be some decisions that will have to be made. And then it'll go out to bid. That's normally, I'm assuming that's how it was work. I think,
And I
but I
appreciate
appreciate you
that.
pointing that out,
I
but
just
for
wanted to-
clarification, yeah.
Clarify, and certainly our office will be as cooperative as we can to try to.
And I think we talked
Right,
about the
right,
right-of-way constraints along the way with this project. And I mean, it is very constrained. So I think there will be, when the design comes back, there probably will
Yes.
need to be a conversation. So I look forward to that, but I would just say, I know everybody's anxious to get it done, but based on what it's going to take to get it done, I would just encourage the engineer to take the ample time to make sure it's a good, well-designed project and not just a quick design project.
I just wanted to clear that it's not the intention, that I interpreted that it was a steamrolling of people's property and people's rights. This is a complement that will be steamrolling asphalt in the most appropriate fashion and with people's property rights in mind. That's what it's all about, right?
Absolutely. I also wanted to kind of emphasize what the county attorney and then Commissioner Adams added, that I think if you can maybe encourage the residents living along 32nd and 43rd Place to work with us, we may be able to expedite it, because obviously the sooner we can start those conversations, the easier it would be to basically begin the acquisition process. That would be just a humble request, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Fabulous. Do we need a
We need a motion to
move approval?
second. We have a motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by myself. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, sir. Next item is item 11A, which is an ordinance establishing a one-year temporary moratorium on zoning changes and comprehensive plan amendments in the Oslo Corridor Study Area.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, fellow commissioners. How are you?
Good
So
morning.
today before you, you have the actual legal mechanism that places the temporary moratorium, the ordinance for the 1 year. That actually puts a pause on any zoning and land use changes. It still allows everybody's private property rights to be able to develop under their current land use and zoning. We don't restrict that. The only thing that we restrict is any changes to the current land use and zoning. This was presented to you on May 20th, 2025, when we did the Oslo Corridor Study presentation, and then out of that recommendation was to move forward with the 1 year temporary moratorium. And this is just this mechanism to move forward.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions of staff?
Nope. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yes. Can you explain the process by which this will take place? So how will this ordinance be implemented? I know it's about future land use. Are you going to come back to us? I'm wondering, I'm hoping there's going to be enough give and take between your department and county commission, and also including the community, that during this year-long moratorium, we'll have an opportunity to review different options with you and your department?
Sure. The whole process for the actual Oslo corridor is not finished, and that we have that whole year to be able to design the corridor. Out of the preliminary public input that we had, we have started doing the framework and the draft skeleton of that Oslo corridor. There'll be more public meetings to come, which will be notated on our website. We'll also do a constant contact like we always do to send out all of the ample amount of time for residents to come and give their support and feedback on the actual corridor. So that'll be the actual design. The intention for the moratorium is just to put a pause in place so that nothing haphazardly designs while we're designing this corridor. It's the intention of the planning department to actually make it less restrictive for the uses. So we're allowing more uses in the area than what's currently there, and that are complementary and also to all of the existing uses.
Do you have a timeline in mind for this?
I don't have a
outreach?
timeline in mind yet because it would take this ordinance going into effect and for the year for me to build out that timeline.
All right, thank you for that.
So this ordinance locks everything where it's at for 1 year.
That's correct.
Counselor, is the moratorium renewable?
My recommendation is that we go no longer than a year on a moratorium. I understand that people's existing zoning rights are intact and in place during this moratorium, so they can, this applies to changes, but I think we get into a really risky area if we go over a year from a Burt Harris standpoint.
Is it renewable?
No, well, my advice is no.
Again, I understand your advice would be not, but
Well,
is it renewable?
Can you extend a moratorium? Is that your question?
Yes.
Moratoriums have been extended past a year.
We deal with it with the biosolids moratorium, and we've done it for 4 years.
And I understand your comment. I can only give you the advice that I give you,
Thank
which
you.
is that I don't recommend you go over a year.
And I
Thank
think
you.
that's because this is a zoning-related growth
Yes.
management moratorium versus a not spreading biosolids around impaired
Correct.
waterways moratorium.
But with the threat of the possibility of a Burt Harris.
And it's only because the language of Burt Harris is just so slippery.
Exactly.
Thank
Is this
you.
a public hearing? Do we have to?
Thank
open
you.
a public hearing? Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Do you want to run the meeting?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Anything further? This is a public hearing, and we'll open up the public hearing. Is there anybody who would like to speak regarding this ordinance? Having given ample opportunity for anyone to come forward for comment, we'll close the public hearing. Commissioners,
I'll be happy to move approval.
Second.
we have a motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by Commissioner Ehrman. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 11B is the fiscal year 2025 grant application for capital and operating assistance, Section 5307, and the bus replacement, Section 5339, from the Federal Transit Administration.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hello, Mark Viets, oh, sorry, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ryan Sweeney, Assistant Planning Development Service Director. Brian Freeman is out on a well-deserved vacation. Mark Viets, our senior planner with NPO, will present. We also have Karen Deagle and Chris Stevenson with Senior Resource Association here to answer any questions. Take it away, Mark.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just so excited to be here with you all. This morning, I have to discuss with you a Title 49 U.S. Code, Section 5307-2A grant. It's an urbanized formula fund. Can everyone hear me okay? Yeah. Okay, wonderful. I'm going to break it up into a few small parts. First, I'm going to discuss how the system's set up, who our partners are, what the service you currently get is. We'll then go into some performance metrics and what's in the grant itself. So here in Indian River County, we have kind of three legs to the stool. We have the county itself. The county is the direct recipient of Federal Transit Administration and FDOT funds. Then we have a service agreement with the Senior Resource Association. They've been the transit operator since 2000. And then we have the MPO, which is housed within county staff. And we manage the grants, submit grants, provide oversight to Senior Resource Association. And then there's the fun part, which is the funding. The vast majority of our funding comes from the Federal Transit Administration. We primarily work through Region 4 staff in Atlanta, Georgia, and then FDOT. FDOT provides public transit block grants, Section 5311, service development, and corridor funding. We also have the Commission for Transportation Disadvantaged. The CTD provides funding for our door-to-door service, also known as Community Coach. The current GO line, which is a 14-route fixed route service, it's fare-free, operates between 6 a.m. and 9 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on Saturday. On Saturday, Route 15, which is an express route down to Indian River State College, does not operate. 51% of the county's population lives within a quarter mile of the current GO line system, and 84% live within 3/4 of a mile. So we have really great route coverage. And we have 5 hubs where the buses meet either at the top of the hour or the half hour, and you can have seamless transfers, so it's a really efficient system. Talking about the accessibility and the ability to have those great transfers and the ability that it's free, or fare-free, I should say, means that there's a lot of ridership. And when we look around to the rest of the country, there are roughly 800 public transit agencies. A lot of folks are still struggling with the effects of COVID-19 and having low ridership numbers. We've been really fortunate in that our ridership's grown. And I think what that shows is that the system's needed and utilized. Kind of going back to the 2017-2018 Transit Development Plan, major update, we found that 70% of the rider base makes less than $10,000 a year. And so we have this need. And last year, you all provided some additional funds to extend service. And so that also means that we have an ability to grow our ridership. We get more money when we have larger ridership as well. And then to that point, in 2023, when we had our last 5-year update to the Transit Development Plan, one of the main goals was to try to get to 1.5 million riders by 2030. We're on pace to do 1.35 this year. And if the trend continues, we'll actually hit that trend or hit that number of 1.5 million annual riders by 2027, a few years ahead of schedule. One thing that we're really proud of at the county and at Senior Resource Association is that we try to be good stewards of public dollars or custodians of those dollars. And the GO line has the lowest cost per lowest operating expense per passenger trip in the state. It's been number 1 or number 2 for the last 10 years. Gainesville's been very close, but after COVID, kind of to that larger trend of seeing some decline in ridership, we've really surpassed them. The other 2 items that are on your screen that are in green are St. Lucie County and Martin County. Those are kind of our peers. St. Lucie County's seen the success that GO Line's had with the fare-free model and has adopted that. And then Martin County recently saw Senior Resource Association doing the fantastic work that they do and decided to hire them on June 1st to take over their fixed route operations. But again, kind of custodians of the public's trust and the public's dollar, I'm really proud to stand before you guys and highlight the work that Senior Resource Association does of making that value for money count. So what do I have for you all in the grant, or I should say we have for you all in the grant? It's a total of $7 million in federal funds. Of that, $6.5 million is Section 5307 money. That's kind of the big dollar amount. And then there's also Section 5339, which is specifically for capital. In the capital assistance, you have money for 5 new buses, 10 new bus shelters, maintenance money for vehicles, so that's everything from lubricant to paying for oil changes on site at the transit maintenance facility. Computers, 1% needs to go to security per statute. And then there's also additional money for the transit maintenance building expansion. And that item was actually on the agenda today for the initial scope of work with Schalke, Biddle, and Stoddard. as item 9I. The nice thing is that capital money has no local match. It's matched with toll revenue credits from FDOT. Additionally, we do have operating assistance. This is what actually keeps the buses on the road, and it's $2.5 million of federal money. We then match that with existing FDOT grants, specifically public transportation block grants, 5311, and service development. And then we match that with also currently budgeted county general fund dollars. So you all put in $1 and it turns into $4, which is a great, I think, a great value. And we are looking for a recommendation. We do have a resolution for you that's required to go in the application to Federal Transit Administration. And of course, Karen Deagle from the Senior Resource Association and Chris Stevenson, also from SRA, are here if you have additional questions that I may not be able to answer.
Any questions? Everybody's got their own microphone? All right. Anything further? This is a public hearing. Open up the public hearing. Any?
Good morning. I'm Karen Deagle. I'm CEO of Senior Resource Association. Mark, thank you for that presentation. Well done. I just want to say thank you to all of you for the support that you've provided us in the past. The dollars that are on the table today, of course, are the operating and the capital dollars that we use to provide the services. And as you all know, my passion with transit is making sure that transportation is never a barrier to quality of life in our community. So appreciate your support and the work that we do with the MPO, the partnerships that we have.
Well, thank you, Mr. Eagle. I have to say that in looking at the list and reviewing all that we've been compared to, Indian River being compared to 28 jurisdictions that are running mass transit, local transit, and operating the GO line at 10% of the value of the highest, which I believe is Okaloosa. They must have very nice buses or know the operation, but I think it's a tremendous reflection on how you and your team operate the GO line in a very efficient, conservative fashion.
Thank you.
I want to thank you.
Thank you.
Well, you all hear about the garbage cans. No one else? Having given ample opportunity, we'll close the public hearing. Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, in my wildest dreams, I've said this before, y'all have heard me say that Indian River County would have 1 million riders, and now we're approaching 1.5 million riders in the next few years. I just find that amazing, and yet, like you just said, to be so efficient is incredible. And it's just, it's hard to believe, and I want to thank Chris, Karen, all our MPO guys, Brian, Mark, everybody, Ryan, the whole crew for doing the job they do. So I'll make a motion to approve staff recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Ehrman. And I'm honored to second. I just want to reflect that some 30 years ago, 5 15-passenger vans that had no regular route, no schedule. They rode about looking for people, standing about, or calling in for transportation, and that's what we had. And those 15-passenger vans are all gone, and we have wonderful buses and bus service, and I think we're grateful that we're granted from the federal government to ensure that we have the best in service and a great operating mechanism known as the SRA. Anything further? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. We now move on to the Local Provider Participation Fund approval. We're going to have a brief presentation by our counselor. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner. Susan Prado, Deputy County Attorney on behalf of Indian River County Attorney's Office. Yes, this morning I am bringing to you the Local Provider Participation Fund approval. This is brought to you and has been brought to you annually since 2021 when the initial program was enacted here. And this is essentially the same exact thing we've asked for in the last couple of years, where we approve basically the taxation of the different hospitals in the area. That money then gets sent up to, I think it is the state or wherever it gets sent to, it gets matched and gets sent back. And it essentially helps the hospital cover some of those areas, I think, where they're lacking some funds. So at this point, this is a public hearing. I do have attached here too for you, you will see there is a directed payment program letter of agreement. I want to bring note to this because this is the letter of agreement from last year that was signed by who was then Commissioner Adams as chairwoman. This will be updated in September. This particular item is being brought to the County Commission early this year in anticipation and in light of some legislation that is due to, slated to go into effect, I believe, July 1. So I was asked to bring this item earlier by the entities that deal with the Local Participation Fund who are here today. So we are asking that the Board of County Commissioners open the public hearing on this item, that you consider it, close the public hearing, and either vote to approve and sign the resolution or deny. I would ask with that, though, that once the directed payment program letter of agreement does come in September, fully updated, mind you, the only changes will be the amount and the year. That be executed at that time, or if the board wishes, I can bring it back, that just itself agreement back at a later time, but just approve the changes and the increases for the amounts for this year in the resolution. I don't have anything further unless anyone has questions for me.
Does anyone have any questions? Okay. At this time, we will open up the public hearing as required.
Good to see everyone again.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for your support over the last several years. This will now be the 5th year that this is before the Board of County Commissioners. Just as a brief reminder, this program helps the hospitals receive greater reimbursement for Medicaid services. So historically, Florida's hospitals received only 60 cents on the dollar in reimbursement when they were providing care for those who are low income and who have a qualifying disability or condition. Over the last several years, the program has helped the hospitals get up to about 80 cents on the dollar. And this year, it's the first opportunity that the state is pursuing, allowing hospitals to access a net result of full reimbursement, so a full dollar for dollar, so that their Medicaid services are no longer causing them to lose money every time they form a procedure. And so we are trying to move a little earlier this year. There are some contemplated changes at the federal level that would essentially freeze in place whatever level of reimbursement the state had been receiving at the time that this new budget becomes final. And so to ensure the hospitals don't miss the chance to get access to that full dollar for dollar reimbursement, we're moving now. So a little earlier than we normally see you. I think normally we're in September, but same program, only the hospitals are paying this assessment. No one in the county receives a bill, and it does help the hospitals take care of all citizens regardless of income.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we have representatives here from the Cleveland Clinic and from Orlando Health. If they'd like to say just a few words to
Delighted
express.
to hear from them.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, County Attorney, County Administrator. Thank you. Just wanted to, Cortez Watley, Orlando Health. Just wanted to echo what Colleen said and say thank you for your support of this item over the years, and also considering it today a little bit early ahead of schedule. But again, this helps us focus on patient
quality of care and improving those as we continue to invest in our hospital. So just wanted to say I appreciate you considering this item, and thank you.
Thank you.
Joseph Iannucci, I'm from the Cleveland Clinic for Indian River. I'll echo the exact sentiments of everyone here. The funding, the match helps us to be able to provide the best level of care we can, keep improving the quality of care that we provide for our patients in this county, and provide that access for anyone that wants to receive care. It's an important endeavor, and I'm glad that the team has been able to bring it forward, again, as it was stated a little earlier than usual. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Seeing no further comments, public hearing closed. Commissioners,
Move to approve the local provider participation fund resolution and the FY 25-26 letter of agreement.
second. We have a motion by Commissioner Moss, seconded by myself. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Now move on to County Administrator's actions, and we have a request from the Indian River Mosquito Control District to use the commission chambers on either October 1st, 2025, or October 15th, 2025. County Administrator.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the board, consistent with the recently adopted policy, this item requires the board, since the Indian River Mosquito Control District is requesting to use the commission chambers, it requires the board to grant permission. I'll return it to the board.
Have we checked the schedule to ensure?
My understanding,
that
both of those dates are available.
there is no conflict?
Yes.
Any discussion?
Move approval.
Second.
That's a motion by Commissioner Airman, seconded by Commissioner Moss. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We will be, once again, we'll be deferring item 12B and C to the very end of this meeting. So we move on. The next item will be special districts and boards. And would you like to take a break first? Okay. A break has been requested and will be satisfied. More to go. Here we go. The Board of County Commissioners meeting will now be called back to order. Thank you for your understanding. We'll now move on to the Solid Waste Disposal District. Item 16B1 is the approval of the SWID meeting minutes of April 8th, 2025. That's a motion by Vice Chairman Law, seconded by myself. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 16B2 is a request to amend the solid waste and recyclables collection franchise agreement between SWID and Waste Management Incorporated of Florida.
Good morning, Commissioners. Sean
Good morning.
Leeske, Director, Department of Utility Services. As you all well know, the Managing Director of the Solid Waste Disposal District, Himanshu Mehta, is out on paternity leave. He recently had a young boy, and we congratulate him on that. And so I'm going to do my darndest to fill in for him, and we'll see where we kind of go. I know there's a lot of interest in this topic today, and so hopefully we'll set the stage and we'll kind of get through this. But we do have a short presentation. As you all know, in May of 2024, the commission have voted to go to universal collection. And then later that year in July, we entered into an agreement with Waste Management. We went through a long RFQ process and selected Waste Management as the eventual awardee for that franchise agreement. And it is a 10-year agreement with them that starts here come October 1. And part of that agreement, and I want to kind of emphasize this a little bit. This is a new agreement. This is a new 10-year agreement that we have, and I think fortunately we were fortunate in this to actually continue with Waste Management. Waste Management WM is our current provider, and they were awarded the new contract. If we were going to a new contractor and they did not happen to be it, we would be in a similar situation. And so we need to understand that we are entering a new contract come October. And so with that, there's a lot that goes along with it. And one of the biggest things of that was the current contract has an expiration for the carts. So the carts all have a warranty period, and that warranty period was 10 years, kind of ran with the length of that contract. The warranty period on those carts has expired. And as part of this new contract and as part of the new RFQ, we required everyone to put in proposals associated with replacing all of the carts within Indian River County at the start of this new contract. And so part of that, and I understand we're having some issues and concerns associated with that, and we're going to kind of try to address that here this morning. And so what we got as a proposal to you today is to what we've heard, and we've got a lot of calls, and I know you all have received a lot of calls, as has Himanshu and many of the staff at Solid Waste, as well as WM, have received a number of calls associated with a couple of things, right? Primarily the cart sizes for recycling and the yard waste carts and the size of the yard waste carts, the 95-gallon yard waste carts. And so what we're here today to try to do is to address those concerns and bring forth a couple of amendments to try to minimize the impacts as best we can. Because part of this new contract is delivering WM, and we have a number of representatives from WM with us this morning, is responsible for delivering over around 200,000 carts, I believe, in total throughout the county. And that's a large undertaking. And so to try to do that is a significant task. And we do appreciate their willingness to work through these issues with us. And we feel like we've come to some pretty good compromises. It may not be ideal, it may not be perfect, but we feel we've reached some good compromises this morning. So kind of jump right into this. Well, initially I want to start by saying, the process initially is in June and July, they're delivering the recycling carts. Then in August, they'll be delivering the yard waste carts. And then in September, their plan is to start delivering and replacing the garbage carts. But what we understand, again, is that there's been a large, particularly with HOAs, and you heard earlier some of the individuals speak about it, concern about the delivery of these large 98 or 95-gallon garbage carts for yard waste. And so, what we have talked with Waste Management about is particularly associated with homeowners associations, is that they have agreed that the homeowner associations will have the ability to eliminate yard waste carts from their community. There's some caveats and there's some restrictions that kind of go along with that. And so the exemption applies throughout the initial term of the franchise agreement, as well as if there's a universal extension of that. Basically, the initial agreement, I believe, is 5 years. Is that right? And then there's two extensions beyond that. So the exemption will be throughout the term of the agreement that we have with WM. They can't decide to be exempt today and then a year from now say, no, we like the carts. Once that decision has been made, it's going to extend throughout the term of the agreement. They must notify WM no later than July 15th of the desire to be exempt, with the final number and specific location of homes that would be exempt. So they would need to provide us with the numbers of homes and the homeowners association that would like that exemption. Customers who reside in the HOA will not be allowed to transfer the exemption credit towards an additional trash cart. So in other words, there is the ability to get an additional trash cart, but they cannot take that. If they are eliminating the garbage cart, the yard waste cart, they can't then in turn ask for an additional trash cart. And then for the exemption to be granted, it must apply to the entire HOA. Individual homes within the HOA cannot be exempted separately. So kind of a couple of restrictions apply to that. With that, in exchange, WM has agreed to provide an equal number of additional yard waste carts as a second cart to residents who request them. And so kind of at the very bottom, you see an example. In other words, if an HOA has 100 homes and they say, we do not want the garbage carts, or these yard waste carts, sorry, the yard waste carts, they can say, hey, we don't want them. Waste Management will not deliver 100 of those carts. And in return, if somebody else has elected to say, hey, I would like an additional yard waste cart, they can call and ask for that. And, up to an additional ones will be provided. Again, well, the delivery charge is free of charge, but the individual receiving that yard waste cart will need to agree to the $10 per month lump sum payment, and that's a lump sum payment of $120. So they would have to pay that $120 up front for the collection of that additional yard waste cart. But they would actually get the delivery of that and the cost of that cart waived. So, and that cost is about $100. So they'd be saving themselves $100 if they request that additional cart. And so that's kind of the issue. They are suggesting that that offer will start October 1st. So if the HOAs come and say, hey, we don't want these yard waste carts delivered, and again, however many that is, WM is extending that for up to a year. So until September 30th, 2026, people can call and request an additional yard waste cart and waive that $100 delivery and cost. So that's kind of the initial proposal that we have before you today. And then the second part of that is we understand that many people are concerned about the delivery of the 65-gallon, which is the initial delivery of what we're going to be delivering is a 65-gallon, excuse me, recycling cart. And so we've heard many people are concerned about that. Many people today already have smaller recycling carts and are concerned about the delivery of this larger size. And so initially within the contract, WM had said they would start taking swap out requests come January 2nd, 2026. Well, in negotiations and discussions with them, they have actually moved that up to people can now request, beginning on August 1st, they can actually send in requests for that exchange. So we don't have to wait till January 2nd, they can start requesting. However, that swap and that exchange program won't actually start until October 1st. So while they can call and start requesting those requests as early as August, the exchange won't happen until sometime beginning in October. And I say sometime beginning October because it's not necessarily I called on August 1st, therefore on October 1st I'm going to get my cart swapped out. They're actually they'll be receiving those requests, and the issue is they're going to be kind of having to try to figure out how they deliver those carts, how they manage that. And so somebody who calls on August 1st, it may not be until mid-October, maybe not even be until later in the year that they get those those carts swapped out because of, kind of trying to schedule that and manage that and making sure that the routes are set up appropriately and they're not going over here and then across the county to deliver one over there. They're going to basically try to create routes. And so as they receive the calls, they'll start scheduling those, creating routes, and they will deliver those based off of those routes. And so the concern that we have is as though they were planning on that January. So moving that up, there is going to be a charge, and that charge is approximately $2,000 per workday that they have to go out and deliver these carts before January. And what we have agreed to and what they have agreed to is a dollar for dollar swap. So let's say that it costs us $140,000. Rather than us paying out $140,000, the contract language includes language about administrative fees for certain things like late pickups, missed pickups, things like that. And so what they have agreed to is that it's basically a credit for that. And so they would get how much it costs, they would get a credit. Let's say it's $140,000. They would get a credit of $140,000 against those administrative charges. So we would basically be deducting that as they get administrative charges, we would be deducting that from that credit until that credit is fully used up. And that's the agreement we have with them. So that kind of is a summary. What we are asking today is for you all to approve of these changes and allow us to return at a future board meeting to ratify the amendment and working with the county attorney's office to create the amendment that addresses these concerns. And then we will return at a later meeting to actually approve that amendment. But what we are asking for today is your approval to approve of those changes. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions and would be happy to take public comment.
Sean, you did Himanshu proud. I'm sure he's watching.
I'm sure he is.
Shouldn't be, but I'm sure he's watching because he takes his business very seriously.
Absolutely.
But thank you. With that, you mentioned we might have heard. Yes, we do get a lot of calls. And I could say that, and either that or when we're shopping or endeavoring throughout the county, I trust my colleagues are getting approached as I have. Number one call, I think, is regarding the HOAs and the elimination of that third can. It seems to be one of the largest concerns. There are others. There are other concerns. Why do I have to have this instead of this? I already have this. I want... And again, in any transition, there's going to be trials and tribulations. Nothing goes unhitchless. Well agreed. But I have to say that the elimination of the third can for vegetative waste for HOAs that already are paying for a service or they have their own arrangement is probably going to satisfy quite a few. As you mentioned, you can't satisfy everybody's requests, but this is going to satisfy a large amount of the concern, that extra large can, third one. As far as, again, when we discuss that the HOA can sign a document and, or responsible party, managing entity of that HOA, signs a document, that's the full commitment of everyone who resides within the confines of that establishment. In other words, there is no cherry picking, that it's the entire HOA that third can will be eliminated.
Correct, yes. I mean, and it would be the entire HOA. And so the agreement would be that however the decision, if they were to send in that request, it would be for the entire HOA. And recognizing, though, that the cost of that will continue to be on the non-ad valorem tax. So, I think it's important to point that out, is that cost, unfortunately, is not going away. The carts will not be delivered. They will not get that service, but it will still show up on the non-ad valorem tax.
Which was well discussed with many of the entities, too, regarding well, then we'll be paying for something we're not getting. No, it's your option to opt out, and that the contract is global. It encompasses the waste pickup service and the vegetative waste and the recycling. It's the operation of the vehicles and the men and women who serve to get that waste removed from a location. That's what the fees are. They're not, we're not saying, well, if you want to pay, this is not a restaurant menu. Thank you. Any questions?
Yes, thank you. The administrative charge that you mentioned, that's actually a fine, I guess? Could you define what it is?
Yeah, there are certain, within the contract, there are certain expectations that they will pick up, obviously they have to pick up garbage and pick up trash, pick up recycling. And if those are missed, there are administrative charges, essentially fines for lack of a better term, that are imposed upon them for missing things by a certain day. And if we can confirm that that has happened, then, and so we do administer administrative charges to them on a routine, regular, monthly basis. And so that credit would be, they would, again, if the total delivery of that was $140,000, it's $2,000 a day, and I can't tell you today how much that's going to be in the end, just however long it takes them to complete the deliveries. Whatever that total comes to, they would get a credit for that, and we would still be charging them administrative charges, but that would then be coming off of that credit. So rather than writing a check to them for whatever that amount is, they would get a credit, and then they would slowly whittle away at that credit as we issue them administrative charges.
Do you know over what period of time it's $140,000 worth of administrative charges that we would be granting a credit then? So you lose your, in a sense, it's possible, and I think Waste Management does a great job. But, there have been complaints here and there in the past, and administrative charges have been levied. It is a fine operationally, in effect. So in a sense, we lose, and everybody needs to understand this, because everything will be swapped out January 1st anyway. So if we do it sooner, then long-term, you're losing your leverage to, in terms of any future complaints, because they're not paying a fine, they're just going to work off a credit.
They're still getting paid they're still being charged, for administrative fines. They're just working off of a credit until we get that credit paid off.
Well, we're granting them a $140,000
I don't know what we're
credit.
gonna grant them.
Is that correct?
I don't know, I'm just using that as an example.
Yeah.
I don't know what the final cost will be. It's $2,000 a day.
Instead of our paying, the county paying, writing a check to Waste Management for $140,000, we're saying that they have a credit toward fines.
Correct.
Or administrative charges, if you prefer.
Correct.
Just so everyone understands going forward, for the future, this is what we're talking about. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I think one of the primary concerns that we've all reached are once the containers are being delivered, whether they want them or not, the interim of having too many containers, where to store them, what to do with them during storms, who can even help them bring them from their roadway to their driveway. Has that relationship with Waste Management and the managing entities and/or the HOA presidents, if you will, is there a liaison in place? Do we have some type of communications that's available for the HOAs, or who is handling that portion?
Are you as far as receiving the requests or working with them on the requests themselves?
Yes, because some have already received their new ones and they're with two. And that seems to be the problem with storage of these containers.
Yeah. I think right now what we're asking is we're in a transition, right? And any transition into a new contract is going to have some growing pains, and we are asking for everybody to have a little bit of patience with us as we work through some of these issues. But, I mean, if HOAs have inquiries, it's to reach out to the Solid Waste Disposal District. I know Himanshu's been fielding a lot of calls, so certainly reach out to him if people have questions. I believe we have information on our website and a phone number up on our website. We encourage people to check that out, and if they've got concerns, reach out. We certainly are, the staff of the Solid Waste Disposal District are responding and answering questions, and I'm sure many people here today in the audience can attest to the response that they get from Himanshu and others. They are pretty good at returning calls and responding to any inquiries that they receive. So as far as a specific liaison, I would not say there is any one specific liaison. They are all stepping up and helping out with these questions and concerns as they're brought forth. I don't know if that answers your question entirely, but.
Well, we'll find out directly.
Sean can.
And as far as WM goes, WM, part of the contract was that they have a customer care center here locally located. And I believe they're going to have at least two, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think 2 staff here locally. And that office will be opening up here shortly. Do you guys have a date of when that office is?
So the great news on this is we do already have, they started today. They started today. But of course, the technology and training, we hope to be live locally by September,
Okay.
a month before the contract.
And so WM will have 2 specific employees here locally answering calls and responding to inquiries as well. So there is a customer care center, and when somebody locally calls that customer care center number, they will be directed to the local office to field those calls.
And I think we're fortunate to have a local customer care. I don't know how many were involved with the last transition. When we originally moved to toters, containerized waste management, there was a lot of trials and tribulations, and the calls were off the hook, and some of them very well justified. Transition is sometimes a larger challenge than anticipated, but the call center was out of state, and there was no buy-in, understanding, relationship to the geographics of the concern, and I think that has a lot to do with it. So bringing it home is well received, and that was actually one of the biggest trials and tribulations, was the fact that the call center was just so removed from where we are. So thank you to WM for bringing it home. I think this will be a little more seamless of a transition, and with the elimination of, or the possibility of elimination of an HOA to eliminate, now we just have size concern and deadline concern. But I think we're in a lot better shape this transition than the last one.
John, somebody that is not in an HOA and has a yard service, doesn't handle their yard waste, can they opt out of getting the yard waste cart?
Right now, that's not part of what we are asking for in this amendment. This amendment right now is just specific to HOAs. I do believe that, WM might be able to speak to that a little bit more, but I'll turn it over to Deb.
No.
Before I answer wrong.
Deb Perez, Government Affairs, WM. So while they won't have a full exemption, and they won't be exempt from us delivering the cart, because we have to deliver to everybody per contract, other than if we get this HOA exemption, then we won't deliver theirs. But so when they deliver it, they just call us up and say, I don't want this cart, we will go reclaim that cart. So they're not gonna be stuck with it.
Because I know I fielded a lot of phone calls, just like my fellow commissioners have and you have. And there was a lot of discussion about this, about people that, not physically, they're elderly maybe, that can't handle the size of the carts, didn't have a place to put the carts, didn't need a third cart. There was numerous discussions about that. And until I spoke yesterday with Deb and really thought about the logistics of this whole thing, I get it, what you just said. We're gonna have to deliver you the yard cart because we can't ask the delivery guy to go, your house gets one, these two houses don't get one right now. You get one, 5 next people get one. I mean, it would take them forever to sort that out. So everybody's getting one, and it's up to them to decide whether they don't want it or not. And does that go the same with the size of the cart? I know the 95-gallon garbage cart, there's no way my next door neighbor 2 houses down, she doesn't generate a lot of garbage, but still, that cart's too big for her. My neighbor and I go over there and we push it out for her right now. So they'll be able to also exchange for a different size. It's just kind of in the interim. Yeah, you might have additional carts you're not using right now, but it's just the interim. Would that be correct?
Yes, sir, it's just an interim. We've done WM in the solid waste department. We've done probably 3 or 4 HOA presentations, and I think they've been very productive because they go into this HOA, we think we're going to get beat up. But once we describe the process about how they can handle these and remind them, this is a once in a 10-year thing. So this too shall pass, and we shall get through this. So let me kind of walk you through the reclaim process, because I think we talked about, Commissioner Lohr talked about having too many carts in their garages. So what we've done, again, this is 200,000 carts we're doing throughout the county, which is why we had to start in June, because there's no way we'd be able to finish it. But what our team does, of course, we got this third party who's doing it, who's actually scanning serial numbers and associating with addresses. So our truck, our recycling truck right now goes out and services it. The first team for Rarig, who's our vendor, will go out and either deliver the new cart. They're delivering a new cart regardless if an old cart's curbside or not. They're going to deliver the new cart. Shortly behind them is a reclaim team, another truck with a trailer, and they're going and taking that old cart, breaking the wheels off and stacking it and taking it. So theoretically, the same day, you should not have 2 carts. You should have our team taking one out and one dropping it off, and we should be done. But, you know, it takes a little bit longer for the reclaim process because they're having to break wheels off and do all that. So they may not catch up totally, but the whole goal is that we're not leaving a brand new cart and an old cart with the home that's out there. On top of that, so we're getting about 70% reclaim. So that means we're, dropping out 1,000 carts, we're only getting 700 back, 70% reclaim. But our internal team is going by the following week and driving that same route. And he's been getting about 100 or so carts on the following weekend. And so we're doing our very best to make sure we reclaim all the carts, and our call center agents have been instructed, yes, you can create a ticket for removal. If the customer calls in and say, hey, I still have my old cart, they'll issue a ticket and our team will go get it. So we're doing our absolute best to make sure that we don't have too many carts out there for our residents.
Anything else? Well, we have a lot of folks that came in. I hope that your questions and concerns and thoughts were answered or addressed. But before we move forward with the decision, I'd like to hear from anybody. Please come on up to the podium, identify yourself, and
good morning.
My
name's Gary Wilbin. Bear with me, public speaking is not my forte. I'd like to address a couple of things. My concerns are different from HOAs. If you look at what my situation is, let's just take up the fact that I have family members that live off of $1,800 a month, and by the end of the month, they don't have any money, so we have to supplement that. Somehow they manage to pay their property taxes, but once you make them do the additional $182, I think, is that the projection, right? To the non-ad valorem, that means I'm gonna pay twice because I'm gonna have to offset their costs, and I don't think I'm alone at all. And I will still have to go to the transfer station to take my yard waste because the cans are not big enough. And I understand that I already pay for the landfill fee through that, which, by the way, I pay less than half of the amount you're charging me. In other words, you're making me pay an additional $120 more a year towards the non-ad valorem. And now I'm gonna have to do it twice for the family members. Like I said, I still have to go to the transfer station to take yard waste, and the cans can't handle it. And, you know, then there's gonna be that out there. And from what I understand, twice a week at least, 2 trucks roll by, and they go up the road one way and then down the road the other way. So that means it makes 2 passes, right? So that's 4 passes for just recycling and for waste, household waste. And not every day of the week there's something coming by for any furniture out front or any other stuff that's out there that's not part of what could be in the cans. So that means there's gonna be an additional truck for that, and I'm assuming that an additional truck for holding furniture, household furniture. And does that mean that they're gonna make one run through at the same time? Because the way I understand it is, they're gonna run through the same day as the others are. So that means additional traffic on the road, okay? There's 30 houses on my street. It's a dirt road. And that's 30 houses times 3, that's 90 cans sitting out on the street, okay? And it looks ugly. And I can guarantee you 5 or 6 of them are gonna leave the cans out all week long. They're not gonna pull them back in. They bring it back in to fill it up, and then they take it back out the front again. That's a concern, especially if, let's just say you gave me an extra can for yard waste, which I would probably have to have a chipper, because I fill up the back of the pickup truck every weekend. I do it on a weekend with my wife. That makes it easy for us to just go to the transfer station. It costs us $1 in gas to go to the transfer station or convenience center and dump my household waste and the yard waste. So how is that fair for me to pay an additional $4 a week plus the $1 towards pickup that I don't want, pickup I can handle? By the way, there's family members that you're gonna charge them an additional fee, non-ad valorem. They live 600 feet from a transfer station. Why do they need to have pickup? If they wanted to, they could walk, drag in a can there and dump it if they wanted to, but they take it in a little vehicle. So that doesn't make any sense. That's not fair. The word fair gets used a lot in reference to articles written about this. Let's see, Channel 5, West Palm TV. I just highlight a couple of things, just talking about the percentages going up and everything. And then they interviewed a woman, her name is Laura Fields. She says she's not happy about it. She doesn't understand the rationale for doing this. Residents on a fixed income, gonna look into maybe bringing the trash recycling to the county landfill. She doesn't understand. She's gonna get charged whether she likes it or not. The article says the county maintains the updated systems about efficiency and fairness. There's that word again, fairness. But with many residents feeling the squeeze from rising costs across the board, this latest increase is leaving a bad taste, isn't it? I talk to people in the neighborhood, I talk to strangers, I talk to people who pay for the service already. They don't think it's right for me to pay, basically supplement those who do pay, who don't want to go to the dump. Here's a quote about that the recycling is going to be 122%. That's where I'm at just for everything. Here's a quote, the county's growing and the county commissioner, Joe Flesher, universal service at this price makes far more sense than subscription because everybody has the opportunity to have their trash removed. I don't want the opportunity to have it removed, I'll remove it myself. This is also most fair, there's the other word, fair, there's that fair again. And it will enhance our recycling program. Well, I can tell you, I have been to the recycling center, not the recycling centers, but to the convenience center. And in the past 6 months, I've been, and I have expressed that to you over the phone, that I've been turned away coming in after 12 because of Republic isn't managing it right. And I've been turned away just from yard waste. And like I told, oh God, what's his name? Himanshu Mitha? If I go up there again and I can't dump it because it's not managed properly, it's gonna get dumped. Okay? And also furniture. I had that discussion with Himanshu that they've been turning people away for being able to dump their furniture waste. And then they started bringing in the crusher garbage trucks and throwing it in those. And they weren't supposed to, from my discussion. And well, they're back there doing it again. I have photos from this past weekend. Both the furniture containers were empty, and there was roped off from being able to dump it. I watched the weekend before 4 truckloads of furniture get turned away because it's not being handled properly. And I don't know how much more money they want to be able to handle it, but that's just crazy. My other concern is, was the convenience centers budgeted in the non-ad val room? Does anybody answer that? Okay, there's the landfill, which is already, my cost is just $161 a year. I've got a small property, it's not very big. So are those 3, when I want to think that there's 2 I could think of already, but there might be a 3rd transfer station that's involved here?
There's 5.
5? Okay. Are they budgeted for that additional money that you're asking for me to pay for me to supplement those who don't want to go to the dump? Number 1 question was, where was my vote? I didn't get a vote. So did none of the other people I know, which is never, not one conversation with anybody in public. At the bank that I go to, at Publix, at the convenience centers, not one person liked the whole idea. I understand there's a concern, but you know, if you'd put this to a vote, you wouldn't be able to vote on it. You wouldn't be able to do it. You'd have to find another way. And finding another way would be probably talking to Robbie Brackett, talking to somebody in Tallahassee, get them to come up with it. They're already gonna hit us with this crazy idea of, because of state's mandate, about septic systems. That's a huge cost. And I have yet to get an answer from Tallahassee if there's gonna be any supplementation. This is not lower for me. This is not at all, this cost is not lower for me. It's not fair to me. My parents had a little house in here when my last parent died. It took 8 months to sell the parents' estate. It was a small thing, had to share it. Wasn't creating any waste though. There are people that have a house listed for a year. Now they're gonna get punished on their property tax, and they're not creating any waste. So I think I've said all I can say. And I think that should have been, I think all of that was missed in any discussions. And I know you have a job to do. I know there are things that have to be decided on. I think it just went around the wrong way. Thank you for your time.
Opinion, sir.
Hello, I'm Tom Surratt. I'm a resident of Province Bay HOA here in Vero Beach. My wife and I bought new here in 14, new construction. We're very glad we're a citizen of Vero Beach. I do recognize a gentleman that I talked to the other day from Waste Management after we were delivered our blue bin for recycling. At Province Bay, we're required to store our bins inside. They can't be left outside, otherwise you'll be fined. About 130 of us require the small bins because of the size of our garages. So when we get these large bins, they're going to have to stay outside. That's also a hazard with hurricane season. We have a lot of people that are away because they're snowbirds. My wife and I are opposite. We're sunbirds. We're here in the spring and the summer. When these can be swapped out, we may not be here. They're going to be outside. So there's many reasons why we need to be able to swap these out sooner. I remember when we first moved here, I would call the 772 local number and get Francesca. She knew me by name. I remember getting the large bins, and she said, "Oh, just bring it up and we'll swap it out." Put it in my car, brought it to the local station here in Vero Beach, and swapped it out for smaller bins. There's no problem. And I know times change. I know we're a growing community. But this needs to happen maybe a little sooner than has been said. But we appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Cynthia Caston, and I did want to comment on the gentleman. On the recycling center, it wasn't just the furniture, it was also the waste, also different areas that were shut down, and we were told they weren't picking up, and you had to go home and then come back, and we'll see if they've taken care of the problem. I called, and I reached out, and they gave me the wrong information. They told me that it was going to be put on my water bill, this extra amount of money that I have not allocated in. You don't understand. A single woman, I'm almost 70 years old. I was disabled because they switched me over to old people now. And I have to, live on a budget, okay? I took a direct hit from the tornado. I don't have a second insurance. I don't have hurricane insurance. The Lord was good to me and took care of me on a direct hit. But I did a lot of homework to help my property withstand that kind of wind. And if you look, you'll know that I'm telling you the truth. But giving me another $180 a year for a bill that I did not agree to. You did it with the thing with the, what you've been doing, and then hit me with $180. The second person I called, he was very informative. I usually can talk people to death, and they finally give me the truth. I found out about this meeting after I talked to him two to three times, something like that. And it was at the end of our conversation I found out about this meeting. Okay, I didn't know anything about this. I don't use this system because my husband, he's deceased now, but he had a colostomy bag. So we had to take his stuff every day. I live close to 2 miles away from the recycling center, and I have a lot of yard waste. So on my way to the grocery store, I go take my stuff, okay? I do not need pickup at my house, and I'm gonna get charged for it. I've had I had to repair my electric, my pipes, all my pipes are all new. And I've had so many bills this year and somebody doing this to me. Another thing I learned on my little phone call was I told him my girlfriend was probably going to have to pay $12 a month. Can I get on her plan so I don't have to pay $15 a month? He says, no, she's going to be paying the same amount that you're going to be paying. And then he goes to tell me, if you guys don't do this, then we're going to have to charge your girlfriend 80% in increase in the monies. I'm hoping I'm saying this right. But if I don't do it, all the people that don't want this service and don't want to pay for this service or can't afford this service, they're going to have to pay, the ones that are already paying, 80% more on their bill. Now, maybe my hearing's not as right because I told you I was old, but you've got to understand, most of the people that live here are old. I agree with the trash is being too big. I have one thing, one bag, little bag of trash, okay? I don't have a big footprint. You guys should be celebrating me. No, you hit me with another bill. Come on, people. I mean, how much more do I have to take? Thank you for your service.
Good morning. My name is Paul Freeman. I'm a part of an HOA. First of all, I would like to thank Waste Management for taking care of the problem and not dropping off the yard waste container in our development. I'm sure we'll request not to get it. But my issue is I would like to ask Waste Management to look at this request that I'm going to ask. I understand that I got to pay, and I'm not going to take the service. There's revenue there that you're receiving from people like myself that are going to pay for this service in all the HOAs in our county, all right, that I would say, why can't you take that amount of money and apply it to a group of people that may be disabled, that may be in a veterans, whatever it is, okay, and apply it to these people that need it. If I'm going to pay for a service in this county that I'm not going to get, then why should you receive the additional income? Let's give it to some people that really need it. I don't mind paying for it if it's going to go to somebody that needs it. That's all I'm going to ask you to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I just wanted to thank the county for addressing the concerns of the HOAs. I'm on one of the boards, and thank you to Waste Management for addressing it. I just have two questions. On the swap, there was no mention about the recycle can. Is that also going to be included? The smaller can is also included? Okay. And second is, if and when the county approves the amendment, how do we get a copy of that letter? Where will that letter be? On your website, on the county's website? Because I'd like to take a copy of it and put it on our website so our residents can see it.
Which letter are you referring to?
This,
The opt-out.
One you had up on the screen, the amendment and the swap-out program. How do I get a copy of that letter so I can put it on the HOA's website?
If you reach out to us, we can get you a copy of the letter that WM submitted to us associated with the program.
Is there an email or a card? Okay.
Once again, you want that for distribution so that they understand what the letter is and what the intent of the letter is, but it's not going to require each individual household to sign off on it. That's the HOA's obligation.
Correct.
The HOA will then get their approval for all their residents, and one document will come to us. okay? I
Understood.
just wanted to clarify it.
Yes.
Because you said you're going to distribute it.
And the deadline is July 15th. Is that the deadline?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. I
That's
appreciate it.
correct. And thank you for your understanding.
Good morning. My question is very simple. I don't want the yard waste container.
You don't have.
Are you going to charge me anyway because I don't have it?
Yes.
Anybody?
The fee for the waste removal is a global one. It is not, again, as I said earlier, this is not a menu where we choose, well, I want option A but not B, so I'm not going to pay for B.
Do you mind if I go to the bank and take some money out of your account? I need it. Do they need it? They're going to be charging me for something I don't have.
No,
I don't want the
I
yard
understand
waste.
that. I
And they're going to
understand
charge
that.
me. Where is, no, what's this?
You know, sir, most civilized jurisdictions, we had a hard decision to make, but most civilized jurisdictions, if you just travel, you will see waste containers in front of many homes. And there's an orderly methodology in order to remove the waste from your home. We chose to go with Universal. It is probably by far and consistently the most used methodology to remove waste from your home. Again, folks like the convenience centers, that we're not affecting the convenience centers. Sometimes they do get overloaded. I happen to be a convenience, I'm not talking about something that I'm not familiar with. I visit our convenience centers, all of them, on the average week. I utilize them, and sometimes they do get overfilled. Sometimes there's some difficulties, but they are convenience centers.
Well, what I'm saying is, I'm not using that service. Why should I be charged?
Because this decision was for the greater good of 170,000 citizens. This is a collective service to ensure that we have proper waste collection.
We have HOA in my subdivision. You know, we don't need it. We have impact. They take care of all that.
No, as far as the
waste.
the vegetative waste, once again,
They take care of all that. Impact takes care of all that.
and I appreciate that, and you're not alone. There are others that do that, and they understand that it's part of the package. You're
I don't
just
like them going
opting-
into my pocket and taking money out of my pocket. I don't like that.
You're opting out of a portion of the program. If you opt out, if your HOA opts out of the vegetative waste removal, that's one less container, and you don't have that service, but there's no way to carve out that portion of the expense of one item in something, that there are 3 branches of this waste collection. The trucks still have to roll.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning. Sorry. My name is Christopher Mackey. I'm here today as president of the Fountainhead Condominium Owners Association. Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to talk to you. I have a quick question, 2 quick questions, and a couple of comments. One question is, when we're talking about HOAs, are we including COAs in our revised contract? Do we also benefit from the yard waste exclusion, or is it strictly HOAs? Condominium owners associations were legally different
aren't-
from HOAs.
Yes, but aren't most of the condos, they have major containerization as well?
I can't speak to that. I have 89 units in our association. We use waste management currently and pay for it monthly with individual bins. And last week, 90 new bins were dropped off and our old bins were taken. So we are
If you're
part
on
of the program.
if you're on the individual bin, yes, it will be, you can can request that opt-out.
Okay. Could I ask that somebody just put COE in there with HOA in the amendment? So that, because we have nightmares with Florida Power and Light because they keep writing these things for HOAs and forget about the fact that COAs are not legally exactly the same thing. The second question is about reclaiming. About 45% of our community are snowbirds. They didn't have bins out last week, and so their bins weren't reclaimed, so they now all have two. And we're trying to figure out the best way, because when we put bins out, it interferes with traffic in our community. So if there's a way that I can communicate back to our owners clearly what we need to do to get that surplus bin picked up, that would be extremely helpful.
I think as they return, if they need to have those picked up, they can call WM, call the customer care center, and ask them to come pick them up, and they will come pick them up.
Okay, because that'll be, October, November,
Yeah,
December, as long as you guys are thinking about that. I have to say, because I've heard some of these other comments, our owners generally like this. I mean, we're in favor of the plan. We're already paying for disposal. This shifts the money to a new place. It doesn't really increase our costs. The yard waste amendment is exactly what we needed. I came here today to ask three things, really. One was the yard waste, and what I heard of the amendment description, as long as it applies to us, it deals with us perfectly. We're already paying a landscaping firm to haul yard waste. We don't need bins. We have no place to put them. So as long as there's a way for us to be included in that opt-out, we're great on that. The second thing, and maybe the most important, is when we say that we can't fit the bins, I ask that you really believe us. We have very tight garages. It's not that it's inconvenient. It's not that I have to pull the car out in order to get the bin out and take it back in. It's that I cannot have my car, which is a Honda Accord. It's not a monster truck. I cannot have a 65-gallon bin and my car in the garage without both of them being damaged. The 35-gallon bins that they picked up worked for us. Right now, I have photographic evidence if you want it. I took a picture on my way over here this morning of the bins that were delivered last week still sitting where they were dropped because we have no idea what to do with them. My first thought about this, we had 2 small tornadoes touch down during Milton last year. And we're really very rigorous about owners have to clear personal property off of any public space during storm season. So because of that, we were able to keep our losses to a minimum. We keep our insurance premiums down by being rigorous about this and by keeping a good loss record. So I called my master condo policy broker and my personal HO6 broker yesterday and said, what are the insurance implications of 3 times 90 is 270 untethered plastic bins, each of them bigger than a human being, on our landscape for insurance losses under our storm policies anytime during this season. And after he sort of stammered for a minute, we figured out that for the master policy, it's not a problem because you're requiring us to do it. So if it sits out there and it becomes a projectile and it takes down a transformer or, God forbid, a person, then that's, the insurance is the insurance. It'll cover for that. The third-party claims issue of what happens if one owner's bin takes out another owner's something is a really kind of a complicated mess from what I can determine. So if there's a way that we can, that you guys can take these bins back until we need them, I wanted to ask you to at least think about that. Okay, and I realize that may not be possible, but the huge window between when we're getting these and when we're actually going to implement them is, or let me say, between when we're getting them and when we can get the right size bin, the bin that we actually can accommodate, right? Even October, that's the end of the storm season. We've got how many months between now and then that we're gonna have to figure out what to do with these things. The final thing, I guess, and it's related to this, is I understand and I'm grateful for the fact that the trash bins are the last ones to be swapped out, which is going to minimize the window between when we get them and when we have to deal with them. The trash bins add one additional complication that nobody's mentioned so far, and that is we have a conservation area in our community. We have a vibrant ecosystem which includes a substantial number of raccoons, also known as trash pandas. We have no provisions for locking these things down. We use our garages to keep the critters out, right? So if these trash bins are outside, which they will have to be between when they're dropped off and when we can get 35-gallon bins, we have a sanitary issue and a sanitary concern that we have to address. So if in negotiating and finalizing this amendment, you can do anything to shorten the window between when the trash bins come to us and when we can get the bins that we actually need. Ideally, if they can be delivered only when Waste Management is ready to swap them out promptly. I was a little concerned to hear that there might be an extended time window that we can apply in August and we can start getting them in October, but that it doesn't mean that we'll get them all in the first week of October. If it really stretches into November and December and we don't have any place to put trash that is safe and sanitary, that starts to become a concern for us and for our neighbors as well. That's everything I had, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jane Killian, and I'm the president of the Waverly Place HOA. Most of my questions that I came to find out today have been answered. I've talked to the gentleman that's on paternity leave for a couple times. I've also talked to Deb from Waste Management a couple times. The problem that I have is on a Monday morning, I went out and we have 152 owners in our community. The bins were being delivered. They were throwing 4 bins up next to each building. I knew nothing about it. So I called our management company to see if they had heard anything. They had gotten no correspondence. So I started to try to make calls. I made 6 different calls before I got through to found the gentleman that is on paternity leave, and I was talking to him. He stated that we got a postcard. We did not get a postcard. He actually argued up and down that we got a postcard. There's no reason for me to lie. I did not get a postcard. I talked to other people in the community. They did not get a postcard. I finally ended up the second day talking to Deb from Waste Management. She also said that we got a postcard. I tried to tell her, no, we didn't. She looked up, she asked for my address, and sure enough, none of us in our community got a postcard. I was also told that that Deb was going to send an email to the management companies. My management company did not receive an email. So we were just kind of blindsided. So I guess my question is, just like the rest of them, how do we make sure that everyone is getting communication when something like this happens? And I would also like to know, I'll probably work with some of these folks over here to answer some of the questions so that I can get it out to our owners, because in talking with Deb, she was telling me one thing and people in our community was calling Waste Management. It was just, they were told something completely different. So it's just a mess in our community, and our snowbirds aren't there, and that's my main concern, is getting those containers picked up that the snowbirds aren't there, so they're not blowing around when we get a storm. But thank you very much.
No, as I said earlier, in any transition, there are some glitches. This is more than a glitch, and as your representative in county government, I apologize that we've had a misstep in communication, and I want to ensure that that can't happen. I thought everything was geocoded, and we have the geocoding for billing. We have the geocoding for every other reason. I'd like to ensure that you do get that communication. Does your community need direct communication now?
That's what I was here for, yeah, to find who I can talk to find out and get the
Thank you. Waverly Place.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Donna Keys, and I live in an HOA in Vero Beach. And I'm not here to talk about land use, Darrell, okay? Number one, may I get a copy of the presentation that was done today, that was up on the screen?
We're going to put it on the website.
Okay, fine. Okay, number two, where do we send the letter for the HOA to opt out of the brown trash cans? We have to do that by July 15th. I'd like to know where it goes. There must be a process.
Yeah, send it to the Solid Waste Disposal District at 1325 74th Avenue Southwest, Vero Beach, 32.
I'll put that on the website as
And we'll put it up on the website, but I think it's actually, the address is probably on the website, but you can send it to the attention of Solid Waste Disposal District.
Now,
The
when you
address
say
be
it's
on
on
the
the
form?
site, can you tell us what do you mean on the site? On what site?
on our website, indianriver.gov. If you go to indianriver.gov, you can go to each individual tab under the recycling and garbage area, and you'll find all the information right there. I'll also give you one of my cards, so if you have any other further questions.
That is great. Recycling and garbage. Thank you. Okay, so now we know where to send the letter to opt out on the brown ones. Can you confirm, can somebody please confirm the date of delivery of the recycle and the trash carts? Is there any way we know what date they're going to be delivered to, let's say, Lakes of Waterway Village?
Excuse me, yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Hello.
Dance?
Because it is such a large rollout, we are not able to pinpoint the exact date that we will be at your address, which is why the postcard that most of us got showed that we asked you to please take your cart curbside every service day in the month of June and July until it has been swapped out. So, and just to caution, the only way you're going to tell that recycling cart has been swapped out is that the new carts have a little QR code on the label and the old carts don't. So that's the best we can do. They're running one route a day, but as we get closer to July, we're going to have 15 to 17 three-man teams in Indian River County delivering recycling carts and reclaiming recycling carts. So that's the best I can get you right now.
Okay, so you're going to be delivering these between June and July
The recycling carts, yes,
of
ma'am.
2025,
Yes, right now.
when nobody's in town.
Yes, ma'am. We've already delivered 15,700 of them.
Okay, so at $100 a day fine per resident, we're going to have a good income this year on our HOA, because these are going to be, as everybody knows, they're going to be sitting out there, and, you know, we don't have entrance codes to everybody's garage to put these away. And then we have September and November coming up with the hurricane season. So June, July delivery dates are not working, and I don't know if there's anything that can be done about that. Is there?
We would think, Ms. Keys, that your homeowners association would be understanding during these times with specific HOA fines or fees that you may have specific to your neighborhood. We would hope that your association would be a little forgiving during
Okay,
these.
as the compliance chair, I will be forgiving on that. Now what do I do about the hurricane season with these sitting out?
Which, I'm sorry.
As far as storage of them and the fact that they'll be outside,
Yes. Because most people don't come down until November, December, and, you know, September, we're going to get to start, it's going to start to blow. So what do we do during hurricane season when we have these carts sitting outside and we have absolutely no place to put them? Because we can't get in the homes of the residents who don't come down until the winter season, which is a good 80% of our residents.
carts have to be delivered. They have to be distributed.
Can
They
we
have-
change the date for the delivery, though, to the seasons?
Or contract is 10/1, and this has to be accomplished before October 1st.
Can the contract, isn't this meeting to alter the contract?
No,
Can the contract be altered to be a November delivery? I don't know if I'm asking Waste Management this, or if I'm asking the county this.
it's a reasonable question. I don't know if that alteration could take place, and first, I'm going to ask Sean, and then we have to ask the provider of the containers as well.
I think there's a couple things at play, and I understand your request. Unfortunately, the contract, the old contract is up in the end of September. New contract starts October. I mean, I suppose, working with Waste Management, and this is a decision that the commission would have to make, is could we extend the existing one to a different date and then start the new one at a different date? I don't know the answer to that. The problem is that also with the existing carts, they had a 10-year warranty, and that 10-year warranty also expires in September. And that's nothing that we can't change that. I mean, that's the warranty that we were given when we initially purchased those carts. So that is also expiring, which is why within the new contract, we had requirements for them to purchase new carts in order to get the new warranty period, and they have to start delivering those before that October 1st date. So, there's a couple things at play, and it's not a decision I could make. I mean, as far as extending the current contract and changing the start date of the new one, plus we're already kind of in the midst of delivery, and changing that out. And I mean, they've already ordered the carts with the manufacturer who's manufacturing them. And those carts are being delivered as we speak. And so I think there's a lot of things at play that really, I understand your concern, and what we have asked as much as possible is work with your neighbors, work with others, work within the community as best you can to try to get them. And I understand your concern. Certainly, you don't have garage codes for everybody who's not here. Perhaps they know somebody who's a neighbor, and perhaps there's emails you can reach out to them and say, hey, if you have a neighbor, you know somebody who you trust that can pull those into your garage, maybe you can work with them. I don't know the answers to that, but if there's ways to work with other members of the community to try to help out, that's again to Commissioner Lohr's comment, kind of working through this, helping each other out. We're in the midst of a change. We're in the midst of a difficult time. We all understand it's hurricane season, but let's do the best we can, kind of working collectively. So,
First of all, I find the fact that their warranty is up in October as an unacceptable reason for leaving them hold off another 2 or 3 months. We know that that card is not going to disintegrate 2 or 3 months after its warranty is up. And the fact that the contract starts October 1st does not necessitate that the delivery start October 1st. There's one's being delivered already, and the contract hasn't even expired. So I really do not see any of those excuses as reasonable excuses for not holding up until a November, December timeframe for delivery of these carts. So I can do my best to get every neighbor to give their code to their neighbors so that we can move these carts inside, but I do find those answers as unacceptable and not a really good excuse for handling it in October. They're not going to disintegrate in 2 months. Some further questions. Okay. Now, you're going to be delivering these, as I understand, in October, November timeframe. If we find a place to put them, that's fine. Hopefully we can. Hopefully you can maybe deliver them later in the year. If we get delivery of these, now when will we be able to swap out for the smaller carts?
October.
October? I was under the impression we weren't going to be able to do that until January. The swap outs in January? Would somebody confirm that for me, please?
No, it's been updated to October.
Okay, swap out, January 2026 swap out now is changed to August 25th. Okay. First we can request swap out.
No.
Request them to be picked up for swap
But-
out in August.
Susan, could you put your mic on,
But
huh?
they
They'll pick 'em
picked up in October.
I'm sorry, I can only hear one at a time. Susan, what was that?
You can call Waste Management to have them swapped out starting in August, and they will start amassing that list, and they will start swapping the actual bins out in October.
Okay, thank you. All right. So whatever you can do to possibly delay at least HOA deliveries till November, December timeframe, even January, would be very helpful. And I do want to say, I know this has been a nightmare for all of you. And it has been a nightmare for a lot of people out here too. But I do appreciate all the time you have given to this. Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess it's still morning. I'm still Joy Royce. I'm with Province Bay Homeowners Association. And I just kind of want to say that I appreciate so much everybody who came today, whether you're COA or an HOA, because we're all having the same concerns. And some things were brought up for our community that I hadn't even thought about. And that is, we back up to the Indian River Lagoon. We have bobcats, we have, plenty of squirrels, raccoons that are very tenacious. And again, we have very small garages. As Tom had said, who lives in our community, we have probably, I think it's 139 units that have these teeny garages that you have to almost fold your, a lot of people do have to fold their side mirrors in just to get in, okay? So accommodating a trash can that's any larger than a 35-gallon is basically impossible. We also live in a community, it's gated. It is, there's some elderly people in there that can't push out a large trash can, nor do they have a place to store it. So if we have these trash cans outside and these critters are tearing into our trash cans because we can't put them inside, again, we have a big issue. I don't understand, along with the lady that just spoke, why in the world we cannot just postpone, regardless of when the contract ends, when the contract starts, postpone any more deliveries until after hurricane season. These things are laying outside, we can't put them inside. We have rolled, we were one of the ones that did receive the 65-gallon recyclers. They're all over the community. We've rolled them up, we went around, made sure yesterday that everything is at least rolled up to the front door. Contacting, we can send out an e-blast to say, hey, you may have a trash can, get a neighbor to stick it inside or whatever, we can do that. But like we said, as we're rolling into hurricane season, I just can't see, because of the liability that the gentleman brought up about these things flying, projectiles, because we can't get them inside. I beg and I plead from everybody, please postpone the delivery to HOAs who cannot accommodate these things. I don't know how many HOAs are there. How many are there? Deb, do you know? No, you don't know. Anybody? Sue? Joe? No? Okay. 275, okay. Oh, COAs, okay. Okay. And I'm not sure which ones, I would assume that everybody's affected the same way. I don't know. I've just heard enough here today to say, I just plead with you to reconsider the delivery of any further containers to HOAs that can't accommodate them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So again, Debbie, I just want to say we value our partnership with Indian River County. We started this contract meeting with the solid waste department months and months and months ago. As we all know, this is a huge, huge rollout with the 200,000 carts. It's one of Rare Egg's largest one, who's our vendor who's doing this transition. As I mentioned, there's going to be up to 15 to 17 teams, three-man teams throughout this county. And I appreciate the fact that we're trying to delay it, and we kind of moved mountains to move it up to October because there's a lot of stuff in the background to even move it up those 3 months to try to expedite the swaps. So to try and to delay this any longer, there's no guarantee we can get these teams back into the county in the time needed to do it. We've already paid for all the carts. The carts are being manufactured. The delay, the question on moving this up to October was getting a manufacturing slot for these off-size carts, right? Because when we went into this, we were told by the contract that we're going to deliver standard size carts. So now we're moving this up to get 35s and 95s on the recycling. So we had to try and squeeze in and get some manufacturing slots from our vendor to be able to do this in October. So while I understand the concerns of the county and the residents, I just want to remind you that there's a lot involved that not everybody is seeing on trying to plan this large rollout. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further?
Just like to add one more thing.
Sure.
What is going to be done? Okay, I got an answer from somebody from Waste Management in reference to whether the convenience centers are going to be eventually phased out.
This
Is that
has nothing
true?
to do with convenience centers at all, and we're not getting rid of convenience centers. We've made that very clear multiple times. The convenience centers have nothing to do with waste management. That's a completely separate contract with Republic. This item is for waste management. So if you want to talk about convenience centers, that's a different item, but rest assured, nobody's taking away anybody's convenience centers.
Okay, because there's a concern about, hazardous waste, which is not going to be picked up by Waste Management, right?
And that we can do at the convenience center.
Yeah, that would require me to spend my time and money, even though you're asking for more money, to pay for something I don't want.
All citizens.
Why would I now have to go to the convenience center to dump off paint, oil, and
I'd be
batteries?
grateful that we have the convenience center so we can do that, because some jurisdictions do not provide that, and then people are forced to do unusual things with their hazardous waste.
And they do that here in this town
Contaminates
now.
the community, so I would say having the convenience center to be able to accept them is a very large plus.
Right.
I will say that the jurisdictions, even just a little south of us, do not provide any service.
I've been fishing in a canal when somebody pulled up over the bridge and threw bags of trash over right next to my boat. But there's a lot of people that don't care, and one of the big complaints from the Waste Management is that they're finding too many people putting what they consider trash in their recycling. So that means there's going to be people who are just going to say, I don't care, I'm just going to start throwing the paint and the oil and the batteries into the trash and just
that
let
was
you
one of
handle
the-
it.
That was one of the very much reason is we had about a 20% contamination rate in our recycling, which was a free service that compelled us to have to look at the overall waste management handling as universal. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. My problem's not solved.
Anyone else? We'll now close the public hearing. Commissioners. Everybody's got their own microphone.
Yes. All right, can I just ask real quick, Sean, can you just summarize, since there's been a lot of, when you presented it and where we are now?
Yeah, again, we are asking for approval of the two amendment proposals for the contract with WM, the one associated with allowing HOAs to exempt themselves out of the yard waste cart, and the other associated with moving up the delivery of the recycling carts and the swap out of the recycling carts from January to essentially October, with the option of calling in starting in August.
Okay, I'll be happy to move approval of said changes.
We have a motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by Vice Chairman Law.
Mr.
County
Chair,
Administrator.
Mr. Chair, do you want to clarify whether that also includes the COAs?
Oh, yeah, yes, it does. HOAs, COAs.
And COAs.
Things that act as similar entities but may have different statutory creation.
I'll second that.
We're still good with the motion in a second? All right. Any further discussion? Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is final pay to Geocentric for work order number 5, permit compliance monitoring and reporting Indian River County landfill facility.
Move approval.
That's a motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by Vice Chairman Law. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. And next is the annual SWID rate study update. You're still missing Himanshu.
I was looking at, it's almost afternoon, but Commissioners, we are here today in 2023. We had hired Kessler Consulting, KCI, to come in and do some work for us associated with evaluation of waste generation units, and as part of that was also an in-depth rate study. That rate study came out with some recommendations, and associated with that was also an annual update to the rate study. We did one last year where they had a proposal came forth and had recommended an 8% for this current fiscal year associated with those waste generation units. And what we are here today to talk about is an evaluation. They came back and reevaluated that, and a lot of that was associated with, we recently, as you all are aware, we recently engaged with new contracts for both the landfill operations and the customer convenience center operations. The proposals we received on those were significant increases over the previous contracts, and therefore, there's going to be an increase associated with the management of the landfill and convenience centers. And so when we hired KCI to come in, and actually Customer Consulting Services, yes, they redid the rate study, and with me today is Peter Ingalls with KCI, and he's here to kind of go through an update to that rate study, an update to the model, and kind of give you a number of scenarios associated with how we kind of address the increases in costs and the increases in management costs and operational costs really associated with those, primarily with those management costs from the landfill and convenience centers. The rate study does also evaluate kind of the long-term capital improvement needs of the landfill, and so some of that is also kind of fed into this rate study. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Peter. We've got a presentation, or he's got a presentation, and we appreciate them being here to cover this. So, Peter, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thanks, Sean. Thank you. And Board, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak with you today. We'll have a slide deck, and we can just move on to the next one. Let's see. Here, clicker. Lovely. So this presentation, I'm going to give you just a brief little background just in terms of the distinction between there's a service assessment and then there's the new collection assessment, which was being previously discussed. So structure of the customer assessments. And then really the background of the objectives of this study are in particular that we're focusing on maintaining sufficient reserves in line with the county policy. In light of, as Sean was mentioning, there's new service cost increases and also in alignment with the assessment structure as it stands. I'll be presenting a baseline scenario, which was essentially based on the same assumptions and projections as the previous year for the 2004 study, and then also 4 scenarios for addressing, again, the significant cost increases that have been coming in operational services as well as long-term CIP requirements. So background on the structure of the assessments. The top, the service assessment, as you know, has 2 components. There's a base rate and a recycling rate. The base rate applies both to residential and commercial properties, and that is countywide, in unincorporated and in incorporated area. And these are the services that it addresses: landfill, convenience centers, leachate, and yard waste composting. And then there is the recycling rate, which is the other component of the service assessment. That applies just to residential properties for the recycling, collection, and processing. The new assessment, which has been previously discussed, is the collection assessment. And we've been focusing essentially in this rate study to address, and I'll look at this third bullet point, just to point on that one first here. The new collection assessment, our key parameter or assumption is that that is fully funded by that $180 or so annual assessment. So we're really looking at how the service assessment needs to be adjusted. We're looking at a 5-year projections, FY26 through FY30, and is previously approved in 2024, I believe. There is a switch in the waste generation units. That is being, there was an interim step that was in place, and then now in FY27, the final adjustment to those waste generation units will be rolled in. So we're taking that into account and how that impacts the revenue generation. We're looking at reserve requirements in alignment with generally agreed accounting practices. There's essentially a total of 30 with a 5% emergency, a 5% budget stabilization, and then 20% unassigned. That's 30%. The policy guideline that we were using as our standard for our scenarios was based on it's okay to go below that 30, but no more than 3 years, and then it should be replenished within 5 years. So there's a little bit of flexibility on where that kind of floor point is in the reserve requirements. As I mentioned, we look at, we're focusing on the baseline and then 4 rate scenarios which adjust that service assessment, and then we are also looking at the tip fees for essentially chargeable garbage, the items that come into the landfill that aren't covered by the assessment. First, I just wanted to briefly touch on the projected revenue requirements. So this chart here is, the blue line is expenditures. And you're seeing a 49% increase moving into FY26, primarily due to those increases in the cost for the operational services. The revenue, that's jumping up. Again, that's a 40% significant increase in FY26, and that's associated with that new collection assessment, the revenue from that. As the years go out past that, that red line at the bottom, which is tied to the right-hand y-axis, so they're on kind of different scales, but it just, that's calling out the revenue requirement. In other words, the gap between expenditures and revenues. And in future years, we're seeing that that gap is in the range of $5 million a year and then increasing in FY29 and FY30. The reason that that's, you're seeing that increase in the future is primarily due to capital improvements that are coming down the pike in those future years. This is a summary chart that's looking at the scenarios. There is a baseline, as I indicated, and then there's 4 scenarios associated with that. The baseline scenario is there was an 8% that was approved in FY25. There was then future years, we were previously projecting those in the previous rate study at 6% per year. So we carried that forward as just like a baseline scenario. We then were looking at how do we meet those revenue requirements and those fund balance reserve requirements or policy. One approach is to just deal with it, get it over within a year's time. And that's that scenario 1. And in order to, and we'll look at the impact of these, but let me just outline the scenarios here. That's essentially like taking the hit in 1 year. The second is spreading that, scenario 2 is spreading it out over 2 years. Then the third and the fourth scenarios are spreading it out over 3 years. And at the same time, as we'll see in the next slide, addressing the tipping fee increases as well during that period of time, during those 3 years. Now, we were kind of doing this as in a dynamic, kind of iterative fashion. And so the scenarios, we'd say, oh, that's overshooting. Oh, this one's undershooting, so we'll develop another scenario. So we were kind of moving in on scenarios that ultimately get to one that meets the policy requirements. The scenarios addressing increases in the landfill gate rate tip fees, we were assuming 3%, which is the previous assumption in prior rate studies. And then in scenarios 3 and 4, they were increasing in parallel 12% and 15% over 3 years during those, and then back to a 6% increase. This is a little bit complicated. This is a summary slide, and I'm happy to go into details. We have following slides that detail each of the scenarios. But if we take a minute, I just would like to summarize here that we have 2 red lines. That dotted straight red line That is 25%. And then, excuse me, that's 30%, I apologize. And then the lower one, that's 25%. So we're using those as kind of like those floors for the revenue requirements or for your fund balance requirements. The blue lines, a series of those blue lines, that is the fund balance projections based off of those 4 scenarios. The gray line that drops out, that is the baseline. And what we're seeing here is that, in summary, that your reserves are pretty much chewed through in the SWID fund with just the base rate. That all reserve funds are utilized. The scenario 1, that 40% increase, that line keeps you above, that's the top line, it keeps you above 30% at all times, but it essentially overshoots in future years. So you're building up reserves equaling up to about 40%. Scenario 2, which is spreading it out over 2 years, 25% and 22%, you dip a little bit below 30, but you don't go below 25, and then you, again, what I would say, tend to overshoot, because what you've done to that curve of inflection by having a higher increase during the initial years, that is a compounding effect of implementing rate increases in the early years over time. Then in scenarios 3 and 4, the 12%, which is scenario 3, that's the bottom line. And what happens with that one, the projections are that it actually does fall below that 25% floor. So then we adjust it up to 15%, and we're seeing that we go below 30, we stay at 25, and then it increases in future years back above 30%. So that scenario 4 is the one that conforms best with the policy guidelines for reserves. And I could pause if there's any point for questions at this.
Yes, may I ask, is waste management included in this, or is waste management separate from this?
The collection.
Service assessment.
The service assessment, yes.
Waste management is included.
Yes, if I were to go back to, and I'll just ensure that I'm speaking.
Yeah, I saw that, the first slide listed landfill, convenience centers, landfill, leachate, yard waste, composting, recycling, collection, and processing.
I'll defer to staff on that.
So I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I'd like to defer to staff.
It's not included in this fee specifically.
I'm sorry, what?
So for the waste management, we were just talking about, the waste management assessment fee associated with universal collection is not included in this.
Not included in this.
This is just for what we call waste generation units, which is the management of landfill and convenience centers. There is some recycling costs associated with it, but it does not include the collection of recycling.
Okay.
So it's just the management costs of all of that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Sean. Other questions or comments at this point? Would you like to go into the details? I have slides which show each of these scenarios, but in a little bit more detail, like this one above here. That's showing, for example, the baseline. You see in green bars, that's the rate increase in each year. You're seeing those two, those revenue the reserve fund balance lines, those reds, and the blue is a more detailed line of what happens to your fund reserves. And yes, just in the interest of time, I'm happy to go through these. Or
Yeah,
if we can
I'm not really, you don't have to go through all of them. I mean, the only one I'm really interested in is option 4 or scenario 4, which seems like the scenario that is the least impactful to our residents. So
Least financially.
you can skip all of them and just go to that, as far as I'm concerned. I don't know about anybody else.
Agreed.
Okay.
We do.
Is that okay?
It's consensus.
So basically with this one, we're at 47%, we'll drop to 25 for 2 years, and then right back up to 30.
30%, correct, yeah. And this is, how I look at this is, it's spreading it out over 3 years. It softens the impact. There's no denial that this is an impact, and we'll look at the dollar impacts in the next couple of slides on the service assessments and the tip fees. But yes, it spreads it out, and it gives some predictability in future years as well. And it also allows for some kind of flexibility or latitude in future years to be reconsidering your rates.
Perfect.
So what happens, just with the baseline, again, that was the previous rate studies, we were saying, 6% increase on an annual basis. That helps to be covering both your CPI and CIP. So, you have your consumer price inflation adjustments, and then there's also capital improvement projects coming down the pike as well in the next 5 years. The rate increases in the baseline would be in line with these. The red lines is the dollar increase. Remember, these are annual service assessments. This is part of the NAV, or the non-ad valorem assessment that's done on the property rolls. The two components of that, the base rate and the recycling rate. So that's what, if this is specific to the single-family residential parcels. In scenario 4, there are significant annual increases. So in the first year, it's going to be about $2 a month, $24 to $25 a year. Moving from 26 to 27, that's going to be $13. So again, in that, $1.20 or so per household per month. And then it's 30, 13, and 14 in those future years. It goes down in those between 28, 29, and between 29 and 30, it goes down because you're dropping off that 15% back down to 6% increases. That's the single family. We've also done a comparison of this, of how it would impact just one of the primary tip fee items that comes into the landfill, and that's the chargeable garbage component. Those increases per ton with this 15, 15, 6, and 6 scenario is 7, 8, 9, and then back down to $4 to $5 per ton on those assessments. For comparison, the staff just put together this chart, and thank you very much for the very quick work on that, is a comparison. So here's this first column. These are, let's just say there's 4 commodities. The bulk of the tonnage that comes in is chargeable tip fee paid at the gate, your gate rate tonnage coming into the landfill. It's going to be chargeable garbage, the C&D, wooden pallets, and then yard trash and land clearing debris. Those 4 categories are really the prime. There's, as you know, there's like 30 different tip fees. I don't know the exact number, but there's dozens. Currently, these are the tip fees. So they're ranging in the range there, let's just say, $40, $43 to $45, $46 a ton. Then the second column is what the 15% increase would mean. In other words, these would be the FY26 tip fees for those 4 categories, compared to St. Lucie County and Brevard. These are the most up-to-date tonnages. So it's, Brevards have been in place since 2024. What we're seeing here, just in summary, is that you are really kind of like you're in the middle. Remember, this is the gate rate for their in-county tonnage. It doesn't include the cost to haul it there, and it doesn't include what may be an out-of-county surcharge for bringing out-of-county waste into those facilities, Brevard and St. Lucie. The reason we were discussing this yesterday is like, oh, well, these 15% rate increases scare tonnage away, and therefore you're going to actually lose revenue because people are going to say, oh, 15%, forget it, I'm going to go find another place to take it. Your surrounding alternatives for them really don't provide a cheaper option. Brevard, yes, but then there is also going to be the out-of-county surcharges that are applied to that. So this is just how you compare, and you're still right kind of you're in the ballpark. You're not like exceeding the market value for disposal, if you get what I'm saying with that. So conclusions here, there are significant increased expenditures beginning in FY26 with the new contracts. And then likewise down the year, there's always keeping up with capital improvements at landfill. The base service assessment, as it projected in previous rate scenarios, does not provide sufficient revenue to meet your reserve fund policy. And it's been staff's recommendation for the board to consider scenario 4. Summary is 15% service assessment and tip fee increases in those 3 years, 6% service fee and tip fee increase in the latter 2 years. That stays in line with reserve policy fund requirements, or reserve policy. And thank you. That's the conclusion of my remarks. Happy for any questions, comments, and as well. Yeah.
Mr.
Happy
Chair.
to answer any questions you guys might have.
We have these decisions that we make all the time, and we've heard some other earlier discussions about some decisions that we made months ago with respect to universal and the like. This particular number 4 scenario, after great conversation with the administrator, not only is consistent with our policy in keeping our fund balance where within the range, actually above the range, knowing the anticipation and capital improvements that are going to have to occur, and consistent with Sean's department with respect to water, I feel like we're putting our county in a very good position for many, many years to come. And option 4 is the motion that I would make, which is staff's recommendation to approve. Well positioned.
He said it. Okay, covered it. Anything further?
Nope.
Well, we have a motion by Vice Chairman Law, seconded by myself, to accept option 4 and moving forward. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Going upstairs.
With that, we will now be moving forward with the executive sessions. We will not be adjourning the meeting. You're welcome to stay if you wish, but we anticipate the executive session to take at least an hour. We have 2 executive sessions, and we've scheduled them under Florida State Statute 447.605, and the board will discuss the negotiations for IAFF for Battalion Chief Unit, and the meeting will be held today, and it will be held in the conference room upstairs. This meeting exempt from Florida State Statute 286.011. Discussions are limited to matters related to the negotiations. Members of the bargaining committee will be present at the executive session and will include all 5 of our county commissioners, Suzanne Boyle, Director of Human Resources, Michael Zito, Deputy County Administrator, David Johnson, Director of Emergency Services, Labor Attorney Benton Wood, and County Administrator John Titkanich. Will we have a member of, from the Office of Management and Budget as well?
Elise Chris, our senior financial
Elise
fiscal
Chris will
analyst.
be present. I just want the public to be informed on who will be present at the executive session. At the conclusion of that, we will move to item 12C, which is, again, IAFF rank and file. The same individuals will be present during that, and at the conclusion of that meeting, we will then reform before you and the board and adjourn the meeting. Thank you. regularly scheduled Board of County Commissioners meeting will now be called back to order. We have completed the 2 executive sessions that we had to do in the shade, and we returned back to the dais. Does anybody on the dais have anything? I just want to say that it is a commitment and an honor to serve the people, and many of us have significant others and partners and spouses, and in the beginning of the meeting, we thank the emergency service personnel, our military, and I think that we should all thank the collective support that we have, the burden that we place upon our families for what we do, for the honor and privilege to serve the community. Today, I keep looking at the date, and it's ringing in my head, and forgive me for a personal note, but today signifies 36 years of endurance and support, guidance that my spouse has given for what we do to serve in the public, and I'm sure you all have the same feeling, so we need to be thankful to our partners for what they do as we do the greater good for the citizens of this county. Anything else? This meeting's adjourned.